That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I don't think it's in Costa Rica. It's somewhere like that.
All right, let's do it.
Wait a minute. What's up, YouTube? It's election day, so get your drinks together. I got my band here.
Yeah.
Surround sound. We're going to give you a nice little time of good music. It's the countdown. Polls haven't closed. Nobody knows what's happening. So stop pulling your hair out. Enjoy the music. Get a drink. Get some smoke. Whatever you got to. YouTube, don't ban me. Whatever you got to do, keep your mental health together. Let's play. Let's have fun. We got Laura coming soon with some more updates. All of that. Have fun. We're jamming today. Enjoy.
first time, Joe.
Yeah!
First time we played that in like a year.
I love it. I love it. It's surround
Your
sound,
choice.
guys.
2024.
2024 surround sound.
Yeah, Joe always plays the best, but he doesn't even like know the song. He's playing from sure.
Are you kidding me? I've been bullshitting. That's not what we meant.
All right, you guys, let me know if you can hear everything okay.
What's going on, and you put your stank on it. All right, now we're gonna do "In My Head."
Oh, okay.
Nice, In My Head. All right, this song is called In My Head, guys. And right now you're probably all in your head as these numbers come in, but hey, it's gonna be okay.
We'll just limp through it.
It's gonna be okay. Laura will be back to moderate the chat and talk to you guys. For now, enjoy.
Are you ready?
Can you hear us?
Only thing she hears is distortion.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just
Yeah.
It sounds good?
Alright.
It does.
There's like a wall of sound through that little speaker.
I
We
can
phone.
only
was
imagine.
there, but it's as good as.
What do you say?
Loud.
I said I wish I could be there, but this is as good as being there.
Okay, good. I like that. Then I'll take it.
Oh,
I'm just doing some PC cleanup.
awesome. Then we need to make this a song.
What did you say, Laura?
I'm just doing some PC cleanup.
Nice.
Seems every day it's some problem with one of my
Hey guys.
devices.
Give me some of that. No doubt. No. Here, 4. 4. Just do it. Go up 1. Yeah. Give me some of that 1996, no doubt, over
Oh, now that's good. Lie down.
Oh. Okay.
That's a nice mashup. Georgia.
We just live. It's all good, man.
I do one of your speeches, all too. Do your poetry.
Oh man.
Do one of your speeches.
Hope you guys are enjoying it. Let us know what's going on, Laura. You see what's on the screen there.
That was awesome. That was cool. That could be something new.
I like how it busted
It's
down.
saying
And then it gets
North Carolina's going big for Kamala, but Georgia's swinging to Trump so far.
You know, remember, guys, I was talking about that red, the red Mirage. It's gonna look red
Yep.
before it looks blue. But I can't believe that. Even with that, North Carolina was that South Carolina or North Carolina looking
Yeah.
blue? Ooh,
I'm pretty sure it was North.
nice.
All right, let's see.
Nice. Cool.
Quantum
All right, guys.
entanglement.
So who you got there? Doug Corin's son?
Play for me a second.
No.
Pajama, but let's play. Do you remember what it is?
We got Casey on guitar,
Hi.
Joe on bass,
Yeah.
Hello.
and all together we are Surround Sound.
Tell them how long we've been playing together.
We've been
All
playing
right, surround sound. I like it.
since the 90s. What do you say?
Or 10 minutes.
Doug, me and Doug.
I
did-
like it.
Thank
What did we
you.
even call it? What did we do? Audition. We auditioned, like, I don't even what we did. We jammed in the slam room for them when we were little kids.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's what got me in the band.
That's right. And then Jordan left. Remember Jordan, the drummer? And then you were like, yo, this guy Doug could play. And I remember going to like Sky's basement for Lee Road.
Yeah, I know.
And I was
Jordan left. Yes.
and that was how, we started jamming. Yeah, 30 years, guys.
30 years.
Wow, that's an achievement.
Yeah.
We met in
We were kids.
we met in 9th grade, which was like 1995.
Ninth grade. Yep. I moved down from Chicago.
Oh,
He's met Casey in Georgia. Joe came a little bit much later,
Yeah,
actually.
not much later.
After high school.
1 year later. We were in high school when we played for Slam. You don't remember.
Yeah, I met you guys when you were in high school.
Oh my
You and
god.
me went
We were
to
wee
Slam
little
practice
kids.
and you went.
And I'm an old man.
Remember this thing, Doug? We made our own little Slam
Yeah,
song.
yeah.
We were little babies.
That was awesome.
They were like this. Yeah, that's cool. You just play whatever.
I remember showing everybody the Slam tape at school. Like, yeah, we said tape. Yeah, we said tape,
Yeah.
guys. I know. For those
Hi.
of you,
We're playing the Bulldog. This is called the Bulldog.
I don't have my cowbell.
Use the rib. Oh yeah, put that one on the books. That visual has a name. It's called the Bulldog.
The Bulldog. And yeah, I'm not even going to pretend like I mean, I'm playing completely different with a new set.
No, it's perfect. It's kind of like relearning again. Where was that chameleon at, Joe? Is it here?
Oh no.
Oh. Here's one you guys might remember.
Slower. Hey!
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I saw you dancing over there, Laura.
Yeah.
I like that.
The
Yeah.
strings killing me.
That funk and that groove. Yeah, that was tight.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey,
I don't know if there's anyone in our chat yet. Are we live?
we've been live.
Okay, because I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty as usual. So if
Trying
there's
to get to the
anybody in the
chat?
chat, hello. I'm not
Let me take a look.
ignoring you. I'll get to you in a minute.
No worries.
These two same surround sound songs again, then go.
What the first one in your head?
I got people here, but I'm not seeing. I can't. Obviously, I don't know why I can't see
Everything's going,
anybody chatting.
Yeah,
No red flag.
Can anybody see this chat?
Just,
You guys are trenches now.
We're
The
just
little-
laying back and taking in the groove tunes and, you know, holding back our energy for later.
I see. I see. Oh, it's already 8.
Yeah, we're gonna jam. We're gonna do these two songs and
They're
then go.
bubbly on ice.
Couple more songs, guys. Couple more songs, and we'll get right to it. Listen, it's gonna be a long night, man. We're gonna be in and out. Just enjoy.
For sure, for sure.
Oh, he wants to do the first 2 weeks again.
Little encore. This is band practice, guys. Sometimes
Sometimes band practice happens on election night.
Sometimes band practice happens on election night.
The future is in our hands.
Sometimes elections happen on band night.
Sometimes elections happen on band practice night.
That's right.
how it goes.
That's right.
Alright. Ever done. Yeah! God, feels good.
Feels good.
This was that album was made on. Is this guitar and those drums.
Was it that guitar?
Yeah, it's the whole album.
Oh.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Sorry, wrong fret, wrong note.
Guys, go to surround
Playing
sound.
it.
No, right fret.
Surround sound, 2 S's, double S surround, double S sound.
Sound. Surround.
What is this SS shit?
SS around SS sound. We weren't thinking about this.
Too loud?
We weren't thinking about this climate when we made that.
Okay, go.
Nobody knows.
I love it.
Even phone.
Go on YouTube.
Now everyone knows.
I'll grab the link as soon as I can access my other tab.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break, guys, and I'm gonna give it over. Laura, can you mediate the chat till I get back? Are you on the chat?
I'm going to attempt to switch
Oh boy.
tabs, Captain.
Switching
Switching tabs now. Hoping
Switching
page
tabs.
will load quickly. I had to reinstall Windows on my other one, so
Yeah, I saw that you had to leave. Hey guys, thank you so much. Listen, we're gonna get back to the live show. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. Laura will keep you updated with what's going on. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Hope you enjoyed the live music. Listen, don't rip your hair out. Nobody knows what's gonna happen yet. Don't listen to the pundits. Remember, there is a red mirage every year, all
on
the
the slow
time.
one. But yes, take your
All right. I'm taking a break. Whew. Go visit Surround Sound.
there. Just give me a sec. Oh. Oh. One of those days again. The power went out last night, midway through the with the big sun. Just, the way things go.
All right, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know why. Laura's picture looks like it's dead. I can't even take a 5-minute break, guys. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Oh, real quick, let's take a look at what's going on. Oh, electoral map, 27-90 for Trump at the moment. That's that red mirage. Everybody keep your hair on. Keep your shirt on. We got more coming. Let's take a quick look. Let's see. Let's see if we can get Laura back, see what happened to her. All right.
2024. Let's just come back and look.
Good, let you see
71%.
this.
So in that county, Donald
We'll keep
Trump's
this on.
overperforming 2020 Donald Trump, which is good news for the Trump campaign. Now you got to add them all up in the end. And again, the key for the Democrats is here. I just want to check back on Fulton County. Still at 53% there, 71% for the vice president. This one, still no math. Cobb County, if that one stays red, Donald Trump's going to carry the state. But it's not. It's still very early in the count there. You come down to Douglas County. A moment ago, I was talking about Rockdale County. This is one of the counties the Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote count in. She's at 66% when you round that up. And Joe Biden was at 62% 4 years ago. So again, it's relatively populous, suburban area, southwest, exurban area, southwest of Atlanta. And you're looking at the Biden number, and then you look at the Harris number in those counties, and you say we're doing a little better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And that's good for the vice president, especially if she's going to lose a little bit in other places. If she's not matching Biden in places, you want to overperform Biden in some others. So, Jake, you look at the map, it's getting interesting, but we still have a long way to go. I just take one quick peek at North Carolina, still at 9%. We'll keep counting.
All right, John, let's go to Boris Sanchez now for new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of projections to bring you right now. All of them holds for the incumbent party. Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat Democratic Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell. Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic holds beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Torrey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy,
you guys, let me know if you can hear the CNN feed.
Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state house. And now, in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Joe Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his 3rd term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities
All right,
for
guys.
Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes, with
Wow.
18% of the vote in the
Hey,
Lone
guys,
Star
that's
State.
crazy. Hold on.
Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent
Hold on. Did I see that right? Colin Allred in Texas is even outperforming the Red Mirage right now. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Texas is about, listen, I told you once before, if everybody votes, there really is no swing state, because I don't think the Republicans have won a popular vote in 20 years. Right now, what we're seeing, if anybody can hear me, can you guys hear me? Let's see. I hope so. Yeah, you guys can hear me. Okay. Right now, what we're seeing, even if the weirdo, the creepy Ted Cruz wins, that weasel, just the showing that we're seeing now, as far as him sitting there biting his nails in Texas, is a good sign. I think the country is waking up, man. I think what the Republicans did when they allowed for this Roe v. Wade decision, I think they're seeing the backlash of that. I think allowing themselves to elect a guy like Trump at the top of the ticket for the third time, despite what all the fake polls have been saying, I think they're seeing that right now. But listen, it's too early to tell. I just know that whatever happens, that's a good sign. Colin Allred in Texas, up by a point during the Red Mirage. Are you kidding me? Wow. Ooh, I hear you laughing over there, Laura. Can you? Your video got cut off? I know you've been struggling. You've been struggling.
Yeah, it's because every time I switch tabs, it'll freeze the one I was previously on. So I'm just about to launch into my faster computer, though.
All right.
Any second.
Okay, so guys, once that happens, I'm gonna go ahead and take my 5-minute break. You guys saw me jamming. Hey, there's no other live election feed right now that has
haven't taken your break.
that had live music going on. There is no other election feed that's going on right now that had live band practice playing right. Are you not entertained? Woo! Guys, get your drinks together. Listen, what will be, will be. What will be, will be. We're going to end up watching some videos when we get back. And of course, Laura's going to mediate the chat. Everybody let it all out in the chat. There will be a Red Mirage. That's why I'm telling you, so that nobody has their heart palpitations. We don't know who's going to win, but I'm telling you, the polls aren't what they seemed. We've known, and we know now that the Republican Party has been paying for polls to skew the numbers so that when and if they lose, they can say it was cheated because look how close the polls were. In all actuality, every single poll had Harris up, every single place. And one of them had him tied in Georgia, and one of them had him up by 1 in Georgia. But when they do the aggregate of polls, which includes all the fake ones, all of a sudden it looks like it's tightening and blah, blah, blah. We should be good if everybody voted. That's all. Polls do not elect candidates. Polls do not elect presidents. Polls do not elect Senate and House members. Only voters. It's 8:24 here. It's done for me. It's done for everybody at 8:30, except for New York. 9 o'clock is the latest one. They get done at 9 o'clock in New York. And then more numbers will be coming in. Look. What will be, will be. We'll show videos. We're going to trust that the American people made the right decision. All right? Soon as Laura comes back, I'm going to take the 5-minute break, get the sweat off me from that hour of hardcore drumming. I hope you guys liked it. We're going to get the volume back on CNN.
Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead.
Relax.
That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from Battleground Georgia. In Battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John King?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map and starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more, as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs.
Guys, if you're in the comment section, let me know if you can hear.
We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes.
You can hear CNN.
If you look, just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. But that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground prize of all, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead. Guess what? Pennsylvania is not going to end that way, even if she wins it. It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most competitive of the 3 caller counties. It's Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks. Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County, but again, it's 11%. If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night, she's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is very, very early. Why do I say that? Because Joe Biden won it last time with just 52%. This is a very tough, there's a good, strong Trump base in Bucks County. So what you see at the moment is mostly early votes, but we watch and we see.
So
another place here is Montgomery County. Again, when I started doing this is where Ronald Reagan and W. Bush won elections.
One of my cousins says, what the hell are you guys doing in Georgia,
right now, it's very early on, 800 votes.
Calm down, it's okay.
So we won't even bother with the comparison.
You don't know yet.
Pop down to Delaware County. Same issue, about 15% of the votes. So you can take a look here. I was just here the other day in Delaware County, and you see it's overwhelming Democrats, but you do see some pockets of Trump support. This is one of the places, it's a key test. He's not going to win Delaware County. Can he improve his standing in the suburbs just a little bit? That's Donald Trump's big challenge. Improve your standing in the suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But again, these are very, very, very early results. So we've been looking at this from the vice president's perspective. Let's come back to 2024 and look at it from the former president's perspective. And that is these red areas out here. So this is Butler County. This is where the rally was, where the assassination attempt was made on the former president's life. Very small smattering of votes right here. But this is Trump country. This is Trump country. 81% of the vote at the moment right now. You go back 4 years ago, 67%. So let's see. Let's see. It's very, very early. So it's not. I'm not making the comparison now. It's just one of the places we lay down markers and we look. Does Donald Trump match or exceed his 2020 performance in these smaller red rural counties? That is his building block in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in all of the battlegrounds. He runs it up in the small rural areas and he goes from there. Let's move down. North Carolina.
Thank you, everybody.
I'll take it back to you. I'll be back in a minute.
That's right. I have a projection now. CNN has a projection. And CNN can project that South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, as expected, to the Republican with 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look at how that affects the electoral
Don't
map.
sweat it.
Donald Trump in the
This
lead with
man string for
99
Iron
electoral
West. I see
votes.
you
Kamala
commenting.
Harris has
Don't sweat it.
27 electoral votes. There are
Keep your shirt on.
270 electoral
Don't rip
votes
your hair out.
needed to win.
Just have
Neither
fun,
of
get
them
you a
are
drink.
particularly close,
It'll
though
be a long
obviously
night.
Donald Trump in the lead. John?
And Jake, as you come back, you just mentioned the Electoral Council. Let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones the states we have projected and called. And you see, as Jake just noted, 99 for Trump, 27 for the vice president. We're very early. It takes 270 to win. The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red are states that Trump has won consistently, and they're Republican states, and the states that are blue are Democratic states. So we have no surprises on the map at the moment, because those states, none of those states are considered battleground states. But you always watch on election night, every now and then you get a surprise. At the moment, the map is filling in as expected as we await for the states that tend to be the swing states and the battleground states. Just one point I want to note as we look big picture. Last time we were here, just a few minutes ago, Ohio was blue. Ohio has turned red now. Donald Trump with a very narrow lead, but it's the trend as the election day votes start to come in.
Yep.
States that are reliably one color or the other, one party or the other, tend to go back to their DNA. Trump now narrowly ahead in Ohio.
Red
We'll keep an eye on that as we do it. So let's look at the battleground states that will matter most. If that map fills in over there, who can get to 270? Georgia is one of the big pieces of the puzzle. And again, the state decided by 11,779 votes, I believe.
Comment section there.
4 years ago, Donald Trump ahead by more than 300,000 votes, or about half the count. Half the count is
in
good,
Texas,
but there's still a long way to go.
In Texas,
just want to check. This is where the Democrats have to run it up
right now.
Remember, Cobb County last time we checked,
Ted
Trump was
Cruz.
winning. Harris
And
is now
that
winning with 57% of the vote.
Even with the red
57% of the
going
count
on,
in.
all
She's
right?
got 7% of the vote. You move over. That's around
That's
where
even
Biden
with
was
the
4 years ago. A little
Somebody's
tiny bit
asking
above.
in Facebook,
That's what she wants to do. You come over to
you know
DeKalb
what?
County. Biden was at 83.
You guys can
The
super
vice
chat
president
us
is
anytime you
75.
want.
Very early in the
Letting you
count
know
there.
it's
Keep an
there.
eye on that.
We
So
finally
you have to make that.
we
That
finally
would be a
made
big.
it to
That
where
would,
we
if
can
she's
accept it.
underperforming
I
Biden there,
might as well
that
tell
would be
you.
a big deal. And
I
again,
want to help support
I
what
just
we
want to
got
show you
going
the
on
Trump
here.
base. I'm going to just pick one randomly. Wilcox County. I
but
did that
yeah,
one before, so let's pick another one.
it's early,
Pulaski County, right above
But
it.
some really good
95%
news
of
is
the
that
vote in.
Colin Allred
70% for Donald Trump. Not
up
a lot of votes,
against
but this is what he does in rural
up
America.
against
69%
Ted
4 years ago.
Cruz
So a little bit.
in
100 votes here, 100 votes there can matter
Texas.
as you're trying to win a battleground state. We'll see how that
Winning
one plays out. Let's
right
just
now.
pop up to
It's
North
still
Carolina.
early, but
And see again, 51%.
That's crazy.
48% if you round that up. This is an incredibly
crazy.
competitive state. And again, I just want to do
But just so you
check
know,
in on how
nothing
Trump is doing in these small rural counties.
nothing is
80% of the
set
vote
stone,
in
man.
Macon County.
We're
He's got
here. We're here for the long
68%
run.
when you round up. You come back here, 68%, little running tiny bit behind, but that's about equal to where he was before. So you're looking right now, battleground North Carolina, battleground Georgia, battleground Pennsylvania. Come back to 2024.
Hey.
Some votes coming in slowly in battleground Michigan
Gotta
as
put
well.
up Jackie Brown.
As we continue to count
says,
and
"I
go,
put
just
my
check and
vote
see
in
if anything
blue
else is
up
changing
and
up.
down."
Look at Michigan before we have to go here. 59%, but look at all the votes are here. Let's check here. This is Kent County, a key suburban area. If Trump can hold on to this one, he'll win Michigan, but we're very, very early in the count, Jake.
All right, John. Well, polls are about to close in deep red Arkansas, where 6 electoral votes are at stake. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Arkansas as expected. Donald Trump will take home Arkansas's 6 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map count now. Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that
So you
have
guys
not
understand
been
what's gonna
projected
happen
yet. In
if
the
Kamala
Commonwealth
Harris
of Pennsylvania,
wins.
Kamala Harris
He's
has
going to come out
71.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has
in the morning and
27.8%
say,
of the vote. Harris with a
we were winning. Stop
238,000
the
plus
count.
vote lead, but it's early.
not over.
Only 8% of the estimated vote
Like I
is
said,
in
there are
from
less
Pennsylvania.
less people
In
in rural
battleground Michigan,
areas.
Kamala Harris has
The red mirages, they
57.6% of
get
the vote.
counted
Donald
faster
Trump has
and first.
40.5% of the vote. Harris with a
It's not
50,000
over.
plus vote lead.
Don't let
That's
that
with
worry
6% of the estimated
you.
vote
I
in
can say it more.
from
I have to
Michigan.
keep
Still
on
a lot
saying
of
it
votes
because
to
I
be
don't
counted
look
in
bad.
Michigan. In battleground North
No.
Carolina, Harris in the lead there. 49.8% of the vote, but Donald Trump bringing up the
That's
rear.
something.
48.9% of the vote.
49.8
Harris has
in North
right now a
Carolina,
7,200, approximately
which is
7,200 vote lead. That's
you know,
with 14%
subverting
of the estimated vote in North
the
Carolina.
red mirage.
County.
That means
In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris bringing up the rear with 44% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy
I wish they
322,000
would
plus
let us
vote
see.
lead. That's with more than half of the vote counted in Georgia. 53% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 50% of the vote.
Come
Donald
on.
Trump with 48.2% of the vote. Harris with a 30,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 39% of the estimated vote in from Virginia counted. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.3% of the vote. Harris with a 13,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 18% of the estimated vote out of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 41% of the estimated vote in from Ohio.
Right.
And now we can
Back,
make
guys.
a
Hold on.
projection in a closely watched race for governor. CNN can project that Democrat Josh Stein will be elected governor of North Carolina. Stein is the current attorney general. We are projecting that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who had Donald Trump's endorsement. Robinson's history of controversy became a major issue in the race, including recently uncovered, shall we call them, inflammatory posts on a porn website from more than a decade ago. Again, CNN projects the Democrats will hold on to the governor's office in North Carolina with Attorney General Josh Stein replacing the term-limited Governor Roy Cooper. John?
And Jake, one of the big questions in North Carolina, as you know, is Democrats were somewhat hopeful that maybe the scandal in the governor's race might help them, and the Trump campaign was nervous that with the Republican candidate Robinson in trouble, would Trump be impacted by that?
I got breaking
let's just take a quick look at it. You see, North Carolina, this is the presidential race, very close at the moment. We're only at about 15%
in Georgia.
of the statewide vote count, so a long way to go in a state we expect to be tight. It is tight from the get-go in the early count. I just want to switch over and look at the governor's race. Excuse me, it's down here. Look at the governor's race. So you have the Democrat here at 49.4, the Democratic candidate for president.
Where Atlanta is,
Josh Stein winning 56% of the vote. So you have a lot of ticket splitting happening in North Carolina right now. People who are voting for Donald Trump who simply could not vote for Mark Robinson for governor. And so at least at the moment, not
Clayton
the benefit
County has
that
not
the Harris
been
campaign
counted
was hoping for, at least no evidence of a giant benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for in North Carolina from the scandal around the Republican gubernatorial candidate. So what do we have here in the key Sun Belt battleground, North Carolina, Georgia, and then we go west, Arizona and Nevada.
Fulton
648
County,
votes ahead.
DeKalb
That's why we
County,
call them battleground
and
states.
Gwinnett County
We're only at 14% of the count. And so you come out here and let's just go west to east.
Then
73% for the vice president, 26% reporting. You just
Let
go
me
back
remind
and check.
you
Joe
that
Biden came
DeKalb
close here,
County
but lost.
is
So
not
she's
only
overperforming him at the
gigantic
moment
and always
there.
blue,
And
it's
then you
the
want to come
biggest
over to
county
the
in America.
biggest
The
population
size of
center,
it is
Charlotte, in
bigger
the suburbs.
than
That's
some
Mecklenburg
cities
County. The president got
times
67% when you round up.
So
4 years ago, you come back here, she's getting 70%. So in the early count,
all right,
it's neck and neck. This is one of the great tug of war states in the United States right here, and we'll continue to count. Still at 14%. Let's pop down to Georgia. We're at 53%. We were at 50% last time, so we're moving up, but moving up slowly. And again, it's trademark Trump, just running it up in the rural areas. And so we pick one randomly. You come down here, Bacon County, 95% in. So we're close to the full count here. But look at that, 87% of the vote, right? This is how he does it. It's 4,000 votes to 600 votes. In a state this big, you say, oh, that's not such a big deal. When you do it in county after county after county, that adds up. So just go back and take a look, 86%. So Donald Trump is at least matching his performance in most of these rural counties of 4 years ago when Georgia was incredibly close. So if he matches in the rural areas, all he has to do is improve a little smidgen in the suburbs or in the urban areas, and you're more competitive in the state. So let's just check the suburbs around Atlanta, because this is where if Trump is performing in the rural areas, as it looks like he is, turning out his base, then the race will be settled here by the margins in the suburbs. Only 16% of the vote in, so let's be careful. 60% for Vice President Harris, or again, more important almost is, can Trump move his numbers up? 39% in the suburbs right now, Gwinnett County suburbs, it was 40%. So at the moment in this one suburb, he's got some work to do. We'll see if he can do it. Let's move down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs just to the east of Atlanta. 83% President Biden had in winning the state 4 years ago. The vice president running a little bit behind that right now, but look, that's not even 1,000 votes. So we have a ways to go before we have to worry about any comparison there. Let's drop down to Clayton County, the Atlanta airport just south of Atlanta. Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical to Biden coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after that, Clayton County was one of the places where Joe Biden got a lot of votes. And you see 85% for the vice president, about 3/4 of the count, 76% right there. So how does that compare to 2020? About the same, right? You got 85 when you round that up. You got 85 when you round that up. So here we go in Georgia again. So far as you go through it, you've got a very competitive race. So that one's competitive. Let's come out of there. I want to go up and look at Michigan. We haven't spent any time here yet. only 6% of the vote in. So be careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens. Again, this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on Grand Rapids and the suburbs. Used to be a reliably Republican area. Trump at the moment, but look, again, we're under 1,000 votes right there. Trump at the moment, but here's what you're running against, right? Joe Biden gets 52%. If you go back to 2016, Donald Trump carried this with 48% in a state. If Michigan's going to be very close, it's 154,000. It was the biggest lead Biden had in any of the battlegrounds 4 years ago. But if you're going to be competitive for Donald Trump, you'd like to turn this red. If you can't turn it red, you would at least like to narrow that margin for Donald Trump. So we'll watch and see how this plays out in 2024. Come back to today's map here. Was just on the texting. I was going to say on the phone. It's texting. It's the same thing. With a key Democrat out in Michigan who said they're a little nervous about here, not Monroe County, but Wayne County. He said they're a little nervous about Wayne County. I think turnout among Democrats might be down a little bit in Wayne County. That would be a problem. The African-American vote in Detroit, the student vote, Wayne State, places like that, absolutely critical for the Democratic coalition. So we'll see when we get. Wayne County is always late to report, so it's going to be a while. We'll see if that's true. If those fears are true among Democrats, that maybe turnout is down a little bit here. If it is, then the vice president has to make it up here. Oakland County, again, 20 years ago, a Republican suburb, 58% right now. We're just approaching 40%, 58%. Remember, Joe Biden carried Michigan 4 years ago to 56%. That would help. If you're above Biden, maybe you get a little math to make up if you're losing a little bit in the city. We'll see if that plays out as we thought. And I just want to pop down to bring this issue on the table as well. Washtenaw County, absolutely critical. Young voters were critical to the Biden coalition in 2020, even more critical when Governor Whitmer won re-election in 2022 and the Michigan Democrats made gains in the legislature. Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor. It is the home of the University of Michigan. Been there 4 times over the last year, and it's gone now. The school won't allow a protest anymore, but student protests here about the Israel-Hamas conflict had hurt President Biden. The question was, after the switch to Vice President Harris, could she heal that wound in the Democratic coalition? So you see her at the moment, 22%. So we have a long way to go. 60% for the vice president there right now. 72% for the president of the United States. If that number stays that way, that's a problem. That's a problem. If 73%, if you round that up in Washtenaw County, 61% or 60% actually, you can't round that up quite yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go forward. And I just want to come out just the other day. I was also here. Michigan State is in Lansing in Ingham County. And again, you're trying to get students to turn out. Was at a Trump phone bank here, mostly young men, college students, young men there. 50% for the vice president right there. You come back in time, and 65% for the president of the United States. So as we go through battleground Michigan, it's early. It's early. So I'm not, this comparison is not in cement yet, but these are the places you want to watch. At the moment, in a couple of key places, that would be Ingham County and Washtenaw County, Jake, she's trailing the president. So she needs to, if you want to get your math up in Michigan, watch those in the hours ahead.
All right. Now let's check in on the all-important race to 270 electoral votes as we head into another round of poll closings. So with Donald Trump is in the lead here with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 are needed to win. We are far from that. Obviously, Donald Trump's still in the lead. But now let's bring you another key race alert. In North Carolina, battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there. 52.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump taking the lead there in the first time this night. Donald Trump has a 69,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a fifth of the vote in, 21% of the estimated vote in from battleground North Carolina. And battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 56.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 41.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris currently has 59,000 plus more votes. That's with 7% of the estimated vote. It's still very early. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 69.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 29.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 323,000 plus vote lead, but that's only 11% of the estimated vote in. It's still very early in Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 55.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 43.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has currently a 339,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote in battleground Georgia, 54% of the estimated vote in from Georgia. Now we're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when a total of 163 electoral votes are at stake in 15 states. Remember, 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. All voting is about to end in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, battleground Wisconsin, and Wyoming. As I mentioned, Michigan and Wisconsin are the two battlegrounds on the line in the hour ahead. Pillars of the Democrats' so-called blue wall that crumbled in 2016 but was rebuilt to help seal President Biden's victory 4 years ago.
Jackie,
Out west, Arizona is another major presidential battleground that we're watching. We're heading into a high-stakes hour in the Harris-Trump contest, with polling places about to close in 3 states that could decide the race. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters in Washington. And Abby, voting is about to end in 3 battlegrounds. What's the outlook in the Harris campaign?
Yeah, Jake, I mean, I think the banner that you guys have right now is pretty much where the Harris campaign is. It is early in the night, and they're not seeing any clear picture of where this race is headed just yet. For that reason, they are really focused on the battleground of Pennsylvania, because that really becomes the linchpin of a strategy to get to 270. If they get Pennsylvania, the rest of the path becomes much more clear. So as I've been talking to people tonight, they're really waiting to see how these results, as they are coming in, really shape the picture. But right now, it's really not that clear to them. And I just want to be transparent about it, because they've got great numbers, but they're not willing to go out on a limb on any of this stuff just yet. In Pennsylvania, though, I think what I am hearing is a lot of optimism. They're seeing good numbers out of Philadelphia. The local officials there are suggesting that Harris could exceed what Biden did in that city. And if she's able to do that, that would make, again, her path to winning that state much more clear, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip, thanks so much. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida now, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign going to be looking for in the next round of poll closings?
Well, Jake, you just mentioned Wisconsin, and that is obviously a state that they are going to be watching closely tonight. I've talked with several campaign officials. They're not expecting to get a real sense of those numbers until much later in the evening, but they will be watching Wisconsin very closely. They want to see how abortion lands there and how close the margin could potentially be. But, Jake, one thing that former President Donald Trump will be doing that maybe no other presidential candidate has done is watching the returns come in from Wisconsin with someone who is also on the ballot in Wisconsin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He fought to get his name off the ballot, but the Supreme Court there told him no because it was too late. He was already on the ballots that people were getting in the mail. And I am told Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump tonight, watching these returns come in. Obviously, the reason he fought to get his name off that ballot, Jake, is there is a concern that with the margin, as small as it could potentially be there, that it could have an effect. The margins are everything in this race, as we are starting to see in these numbers coming in. So Trump will be watching that come in alongside RFK Jr., both of them on the ballot, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some exit polls from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. 3 battlegrounds we're hoping to hear from soon. David, what stands out? You look at the data from these 3 key states.
Yeah, as the polls are about to close in these 3 critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these 3 states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal. And there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris. despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jacob, I can just look back. I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
right,
and Harris has got 27. And there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match.
Stop. I can't just let that go. One second, people. Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. I can't just let that go. No. We're not just going to let that go. We're not just going to let that go. Good and decent people of YouTube.
Think of the word.
Good and decent people of YouTube. What you just heard was a travesty of the news media. What you just heard was Russia state television. What you just heard was crap. What this man said was she made a gaffe. Oh, no, she made a gaffe because she said nothing comes to mind of what she would do differently. Number one, that was while she's the current vice president and her boss is the president. It's a gotcha question. But number two, if you don't mind, good and decent people of YouTube, if you don't mind, allow me to give you non-Russia state television TV. What they're talking about is acting like she's running against a normal candidate who didn't say he wants to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad, that he wants to round up all immigrants in concentration camps. Right now, the U.S. has the most people in any prison, in all prisons, more than anybody else in the world. And that's only a few million. The amount that he wants to round up will fill up every prison here and Australia and England combined. So yes, he'll have to have concentration camps to put them in. And she says that nothing can come to mind. But that's fine. With even all of that, even knowing all of that, may I tell you why she said she can't think of anything? Because every economist predicted we were headed for a recession coming out of 2020. And all of the horrible things that come with it. America today has an economy with an unemployment rate of 4%, a GDP of $85 million. $85,000 does not have to be made. America does not have to be made great again. One of the greatest GDPs we've ever had. Unemployment is low. Black unemployment is low. Poverty rate is low. Gas prices are down and coming down. They'll be under 3 soon. Did you know that? Manufacturing, high. Donald Trump lost over 200,000 manufacturing jobs during his entire tenure, the 4 years, not just COVID. Did you know? Did you know that? Did you know that while Biden has been in power and has been elected, they created 775,000 new manufacturing jobs. And we can expect to see over 300,000 new manufacturing jobs per year until 2032, unless Trump gets in. So the gaffe that he's talking about is a lie from the pits of hell. A gaffe. I can't think of anything. You know why she can't? Because we're doing great.
Yep.
Democrats they don't want to say that because some people are doing badly, but that's expected because it's America. You're going to have poor people. Huh? We were supposed to be in a recession. Instead, we missed it. So much so that the Fed has had to continue to raise interest rates because they needed to slow down. That's why she said that. So as you listen to the lies from the pits of hell, I wasn't even finished with my break yet. Understand, no matter who wins tonight, the only reason why one of them wins is because the news media has failed you. They're a failure. They're an epic failure. They're a slow walk into fascism is what they are. Because you didn't know that. I guarantee you didn't know that. I guarantee you did not know that. 770,000 manufacturing jobs with 300 more thousand jobs per year until 2032, thanks to Biden. Donnie Boy lost over 200,000 in 4 years. I could go on, but I'm guessing I don't need to. That's why she said that. So let's go back to the fake news so we can look at these fake numbers.
So closely, and let's take a look at
Going
the
on a
clock.
break,
We
Laura.
only have a
I'll be
few
back.
more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching, though, here at the county. What's happening here on that split screen, that other video that you're looking at, that's the inside of the vote count, the tabulation center. They are looking at the ballots. They are processing ballots. All of this is with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed, and that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening right here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching at some of these vote centers. At Mesa Community College, where we were at, and I'm going to check real quick, it's still an hour long line. If you are in line when polls close at 7 o'clock local time, Aaron, you will still be allowed to vote.
Right, which is amazing, and it is amazing that people are doing that and waiting. That is something, as you said, that everyone should be happy about, but amazing to sit there late at night, say, I'm going to sit and wait another hour or two to vote, as both campaigns hope they will. All right, Kyung, thank you very much. And let's go back to the voting desk. As these counts are coming in, and people have questions about how it's happening, what's happening, where. Pam, Macomb County in Michigan, what are you seeing there?
Well, Aaron, I just got off the phone with this key swing county in Michigan from the county clerk, Anthony Forlini, and he tells me he's actually hopping in his car now with a police escort to get tabulator memory sticks because they're delayed with the results coming in. Why? Well, he says it's because there were very long lines when the polls were supposed to close at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout, he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout today. That is not the case in that count. Overall in Michigan, let's look at the numbers here. The Michigan Secretary of State says more than 3.4 million voters cast their ballots early or by mail. That's nearly 47% of registered voters. And listen to this. Another 85,000 absentee ballots returned to polling centers today. Let's go over to Milwaukee. They've had some issues over there in Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the county machines were discovered. All 13 tabulated machines are being set to zero. The ballots are through again. It's going to take time. They initially estimated there the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only count for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot. I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes in the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. Only up to 15% in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So wait, try to get more.
This better?
One of the surprises.
I turned up my mic.
I'm going to end this way. You see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia. They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in a state Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. So let's see. One of the things we do at this point, when you get up to almost half of the vote, is what's missing. Right, this is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted.
So long getting back here. I thought you had already taken your break when I was fiddling around.
You can tell from that.
No, I
a
want
lot
to
of them
make
are
sure the people
Democratic, so we'll see.
here.
Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas. Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race.
Let me give a little explanation real quick. The reason why those places are always outstanding and the Red Mirage always happens, it's always more red in the beginning, is because there are more rural counties. Rural counties, rural towns have less people, and they always vote red historically, right? And so therefore they get counted faster. It's very simple. Rural counties get counted faster. Places like Mississippi, right? Or Texas that are so overwhelmingly red, they get put inside of the pie earlier with less percentages, because you don't need that many percentages because you know what it is. Now, all of those blue places, Charlotte, Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb County, they have more people. Urban areas, cities, colleges, they have more people, so they take longer to count. That's it. That's all it is. It's not hard. They could very well explain that to you, but they don't, because it's better that you tune in. You know, they got to make their money. Speaking of money, we're accepting all donations. You can give us a super chat, get a sticker. You can even join the channel, all right there to help support the good work we do here if you think it's good. But yeah, that's why.
We're not going away after the election either.
Oh, we're not going away. I've been waiting to get it. The thing is, when we vote in the person that we want, we don't vote them in because we think they're going to be great. We vote them in because we think that they're the person we can bully the most to get what we want. Politicians even Kamala Harris, even her, even Barack need to have the electorate push, call, primary for the things that we need so that they don't bend to corporations. We're always protesting. We're always looking. We're always watching. This has been a strange electoral season, guys. It's been a strange electoral season. And because for the first time, there's so much bad, well, not the first time, for the third time, there's so much bad stuff going on the red side that we can't even get. There's nothing that the Democrats have done that have raised up to the level of the plethora of things that the red side does every day for years. But hopefully we can get back to dumping on Dems as soon as possible. Hopefully we can get back.
Oh, we keep saying that. This is finally going to be it. Finally, we're going to be done with and gone, and he's over and done and finished. But I think this time really he is done and over and finished for good.
So he may be done.
I can't wait.
Don't forget, there's going to be the litigation side of it. There's going to be hopefully everybody. Hopefully the House changes because they get sworn in on the 3rd. Everyone in the House gets sworn in on the 3rd. If they're sworn in on the 3rd, and the Democrats have one more House representative than the Republicans do, the House leadership changes to Hakeem Jeffries, and we won't even have to worry about a January 6th. Okay? Now, legally. Now, what these fools are going to do, we don't know. What the violent people are going to do, we don't know. Expect what they do. But also remember, many of them are still in jail from the last time. So whoever is telling you, what I can tell you is that we won't have a nonviolent election season. We already know that. There's already been 2 attempts on one president, one ex-president's life. It's already there. That's how it is. There will be fights, there will be skirmishes, but it's not going to be a death sentence. All of those really, really, really bad ones that are ready to storm, most of them are still in jail. Thank God. So that's not it. Just expect shenanigans, foolishness. Okay, it will happen. We don't have nonviolent elections anymore in this country thanks to Trump. The bottle, and he's coming out. The earlier he comes out, the better it is for us, because that means that she's winning so gigantically, so bigly. She's winning so bigly that he's going to come out early. That's the best case scenario. Sometime before midnight.
I'm not losing. You are.
If he comes out sometime before midnight and claims that he won, that means just the best case scenario. That means she probably swept everything. All the swing states. But if he comes out, yeah.
Where's my monkey? Where's my monkey? You heard shit Gibbon comes up before midnight,
Get that monkey. We need the props. Well, Laura got to get the props, man. So listen, guys. That's what it is. You all right? All you need to know is that rural counties get counted faster because there's less people. The red mirage is real. Fulton County, that's Atlanta, right? Charlotte, these big cities are almost always blue, and very much so, and they have so much more people. So that's why it looks like it does now. After the polls close, which they already have, it's 9 o'clock. The very last poll has closed in New York. But there's some places are 3 hours behind, aren't they? I think Cali.
It's 6 o'clock here.
Yeah. Okay. So there's still people. The polls aren't even all closed yet, guys. So we're good to go. Don't sweat it. Just stay vigilant. I cannot wait till this thing is over.
Right.
Yes.
Jack, your Kimberly had said that. Yeah, Kimberly.
So Kimberly said, "You guys can go ahead."
They got to be kidding, like as if we don't have eyes on them. Like,
right?
They're really going to try. Really. Come on.
Let me tell you. First of all, we're living in an age of technology, and the internet. A civil war, even if we had one, is not going to look like it did in the 1800s, right? And it's not going to look like it did. It will look like pockets of areas of violence.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with believing the Proud Boys now is 20% of the people who are really about that life are locked up. Right? Remember that. Another very large percent of the people who can be persuaded to join are also locked up because they made a life decision on January 6th. And then there's another big part of that population that sees those people locked up and will talk, but won't bust a grape. Period. So I would not worry about that. I would be vigilant. I'd look around. I'll tell you there will be violence, but this whole Civil War thing, you don't get that from small pockets of stupid people doing dumb things. You won't get it like that. Okay? That's not how it starts. For the most part, the most we can hope for is those types of idiotic moves get put down quickly, without too much bloodshed or whatever. Like it's just being honest, but it's not going to be a civil war. Crush. Yes. Yeah. So thank goodness it took them forever to do it, but most of the agitators, most of the people who really are about that life, are locked up, and I don't think the violence will be what it would have been had that not been the case. So just stay safe, and especially if you live in rural areas, if you see these things bubbling over, there will be safe. Get you a network of people that that you can call. People might even do really dumb stuff like try to attack the power lines or the power grid.
Yeah.
Make sure you got some candles.
I was just gonna say,
flashlight. Make
stock
sure you have
up on some essentials, but don't go crazy on the toilet paper, okay?
Get you a flashlight. Make sure you have some good food and food that doesn't need to stay in the fridge, because some people might be extra smart and do something like that in crazy areas. So just be prepared. Stay vigilant, not worried. All right.
Lead, 284,000 plus vote lead, with only an estimated 19% of the vote in, not even a fifth of the vote. Still a lot of votes to count in Pennsylvania. In Battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Only a tenth of the vote has been counted in Michigan, 10%. Still very early there. In North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead with 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,000 plus vote lead. That's with 41% of the estimated vote counted in North Carolina. In Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 225,000 plus vote lead. That's with 69% of the estimated vote in Georgia. They're really counting the ballots. In Georgia there, 69% of the estimated vote has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump still has his 49.5% lead. And now it's 49.4%. Kamala Harris is 48.6%. Donald Trump is 18,000 plus votes ahead of Kamala Harris right now, with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead with 53.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 17,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a quarter, 28% of the estimated vote in the granite state of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 45.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote counted in Ohio. John King.
Let's look at the map, Jake. And one of the wonders as we get into the 9 o'clock hour, and this will be in the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, I suspect into past midnight hours, but you're beginning to see more states fill in. Most of it is very early voting, but it's still, as you just see as the polls close and we go, you now see many more states reporting votes. Let's just take a peek. We've already projected this one to be for Donald Trump. I just want to show you North Dakota. These states feel they don't get respect because they're not huge electoral battlegrounds. I like to wander through and look at the votes and just show people out here. You see South Dakota starting to fill in slowly, very early on, 1% of the vote. This is a surprise at the moment. Nebraska, the vice president so far carrying the state statewide, but we're only at 27%. And again, most of this gray you see from about here west, rural Republican farm country, where Trump tends to run it up. Let's go back and give you the 2020 example of what I'm talking about.
It's going to be a long night.
That's what tends to happen. And so we're not there yet. So when that happens, if that happens, that number will change. Again, for the vice president, what you want to do is you want to be here. I'm just showing you Douglas County. It's the big piece of Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is where you want to win. The blue dot, they call it. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I went backwards. But if she wins those three and she wins Nebraska.
Yeah, we know, son. We know. So I got a question from our live stream and YouTube live stream. A says, yeah, I have a question. WTF? What the heck is wrong with these chump people? The answer is,
well, where do you want to start?
Listen, man, the answer is some people just vote the way that they've been voting forever. The other answer is these people have been brainwashed. Some people have been brainwashed. I have so many videos about how it happened, but the minute this will give you the overview. The minute that Sean Spicer came out at the first inauguration, at Donald Trump's inauguration, where they had pictures of the crowd sizes of Barack Obama's inauguration and his, and it was obviously smaller. And he said he had the largest inauguration, the most people ever in the history of Earth, in any country ever. That was the first test. Are you willing to look at objective truth and see it and agree with the lie anyway? Are you willing to look at somebody holding up 5 fingers and say, no, I see 4? If you are, then you can be a part of the Trump team. And everybody who was mentally unstable enough or mentally disciplined enough to literally look at both pictures and say, no, he had more. Anyway, that was the first test. And every little one of those lies have been another test, making sure that they were trained and brainwashed to never, ever, ever see objective reality unless it's given to them by the dear leader. That is what the F is wrong with the chumps. And they need to be deprogrammed. And it's very real. You think that it's, maybe they're just making it up. No, there's a good percentage of them that see more people when there's not. That see 4 fingers when there's 5. Okay? Literally. Guaranteed. All right.
Just for context, it's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County. Again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's something we do want to look at is Lehigh County. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden event, where so many insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and Harris went to Allentown in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now. It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue,
okay.
President door knocking in Berks County.
Happened.
Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue,
what is going on?
That source does that. It
All
tends to buffer and stop a lot.
Let's try it again, guys.
Door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue.
Oh no! All right, I'll tell you what. We're gonna go somewhere else anyway. It's time that we look at a different station.
Again, those other big, giant suburban counties, they're going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It's transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. The Democratic margin here, it's just, but look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one because of the size and because of the
counties get counted,
and we can also just take a look
as
at
bad
these
as they
sort of
did.
exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same as about a 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come. So room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Trump, basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here, Walton County. This is the early vote in Walton County. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican tonight. 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is... We were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations. And the question for Democrats is, and they'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this was a large black population. 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half, with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there. So we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention that's another race that would not necessarily make national news, except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia. Tonight. I have one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania. This is the central part of the state because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states. So it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. there aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time
gonna say
election
something,
results,
Laura?
they should know that we never had bomb threats
your
before
audio's
Donald
a
Trump
little
became
low
presidential.
compared to the video.
Joining us now
playing.
from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's
Okay.
Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
How about now?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now,
Can you
Rachel,
hear me,
in
Andy?
Nevada.
Yeah, that's
One
better.
is ridiculously
Yeah.
long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is: the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front of the line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the electorate. It is confounding pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that, it is such a big part of the vote
early. I
now.
know you're
that,
happy right now.
You know, these pundits
I
aren't
voted
necessarily
early.
sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they are that way because primarily of a rule of a law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, and by the way, this line snakes past the
question,
chamber
everybody
in
out
there.
there.
It goes ridiculously
what you
long through this
drinking?
building. Eventually, you pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point.
water.
But a rule in
What else
2020
going
that
on?
said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You
Yeah,
have
water
to essentially assign yourself to a Republican Party or a Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent about 6 months here, and I've equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisans, that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a bellwether within a bellwether, where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves. So difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to both campaigns. Everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see. Although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Carnett.
All right, I'll give it the drum roll
Spoke to me
too.
at once. What did you say?
Thanks. Thanks, New York.
Looking at the road to map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania is we say most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county. I think once we get full results, results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer to that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania. And that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we will we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 22 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you can just see here. This is what it looks like. The mail-in vote. You see Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, the Bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why it's that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside of Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County, every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this: Biden, 260,000, Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such votes in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 190? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, a 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner, who is in charge of running elections in that city. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded the Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so,
how about this? That's a really good sign, guys. Remember what I said. The earlier we get this foolishness from him, the more likely he's getting numbers internally that he's failing.
Yeah.
That it's worse than it looks. So that's a really good sign. That every time you hear that, think to yourself, that's great. Oh, that's good. That's exactly what you say to yourself.
At about 10 polling places right at the end of the day, one polling location actually
Actual Truth or wherever he said, if you have any proof or any evidence that there's anything going on, show us now. We're not waiting. Show us right now if you have any evidence.
Exactly. Good. I like that. People are taking charge of their elections, not letting him pull them by the nose like a cow in the field.
1,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election.
Right.
The
So if it's
voters
close,
choose.
this might go to into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid, following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we could talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Amendment 1, question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the 2 southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere, unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion. We want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state. But also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott,
so
2 people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested in more.
Hopefully, listen, guys. When people say it doesn't matter if I vote, it doesn't matter. They'll find a way. This is the type of stuff that they're talking about. How disaffected are you after you go out and vote, and the majority of your state votes for something and still doesn't get it because Republicans has found a way? Are we frozen? Kimberly says we're frozen.
I'm
a
little slow, but
well, if you can hear me, how disaffected are you? I mean, my gosh, man. A majority of your state voted to keep those rights, and because of your shenanigans, you make it 60 instead of over 50.
Diego and the abortion ballot initiative, it's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things, and Nicole keeps reminding us of this, you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those Western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard more than one Trump voter that this phrase.
I'm thinking I'm going to
it's
make
not an
myself
issue
a coffee.
about abortion.
And I'm going to have to go over and feed my mother's cats in a few minutes too.
That's what's up, guys. What do you say to? Well, I was thinking of showing a video. That they missed, but
sounds good to me.
Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone says that that's all right, though. Quick
Against
video.
that
We're not
measure,
missing
vote
anything,
for
guys.
Trump.
We'll keep.
I mean,
I wish I could do both.
No,
Let's
people.
see.
It doesn't. Abortion doesn't automatically
See if we
line
can
up
keep
the
the
vote
numbers
all the
up.
way up and down the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plum sat, right, where Jim Flake is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it.
Kimberly Odom.
Not anxiously, that would be too strong, but eagerly.
Yeah. I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada
Find that to be very important.
and Arizona.
Information to know.
If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race. It's a tight race. It's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way the Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states, waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs, because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization
too early to call
in
means
a couple of
simply they don't
Senate
have
races.
enough in.
Let's look first.
So it doesn't mean
At
that
the Wisconsin
it's
Senate
close
race. Again,
or
this is
far.
Democratic
That's the only
incumbent Senator
difference.
Tammy
It's just
Baldwin
wasn't enough
facing
of the vote to say
Republican
anything.
challenger Eric
Now they're
Huffey.
saying
This had
that
previously been described this
all
Wisconsin
of the
Senate race
counting
as too early to
means
call.
that it's just
It is
neck and
now
neck.
too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race.
Two different
Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey, Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got A Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those three states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all three of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all three of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's
I mean,
right.
the internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think that the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester.
While they're speculating, if you don't mind, I want to show you a little something on exactly why I said if Donald Trump comes out and says that he's winning, every time you hear him say, like you just heard, Pennsylvania, we heard that there's a lot of cheating going on, especially this early in the game. We're talking about it's 9:56, right? If you hear this, the reason why I say that means things are going great is because of what I'm about to show you now. Just take a quick second to show something while they're speculating. I thought maybe you'll find this interesting as well. Check this out. Check this out. Declare that he's won. And declare that he's won. Best case scenario, this video. If we follow my advice at the end of this video and everybody votes, we got this. After all of that, this is what you're likely going to see tomorrow, what to expect tomorrow, not to be surprised at all. The best case scenario, sometime after 10 p.m., around 12 midnight or 12:30 a.m., in between that time, if you see Donald Trump come out and declare that he's won, he's winning, or they should stop the count. That's the best case scenario, because that means that Kamala Harris is winning so much, is so overwhelmingly winning according to the exit polling and the people leaving the stations and the numbers that we already have from early voting, that it will be a landslide. That's the best case scenario. Why? I'll tell you right afterwards. All right. That's it. That's the point. Quick disclaimer, please understand, like every election ever, we will not know who wins on the day of the election. Nobody will know. It will take at least 24 hours. And with the people expected to vote, the numbers in this election, it may take longer. We will not know who won on the 5th or maybe even the 6th. Most
Just
important.
facts. Worst case scenarios. Things get worse every hour after 12:30. Every single hour.
And the whole point of that is meaning that it stays close all night, right? That's the deal. So we need to make sure the biggest things that we're looking for here is not just waiting for Trump to say something like that, but every time he does, it should make you feel better. That's the point, right? And there is another thing to watch out for. That's why we turned it. Well, that's not the reason why, but then when we got here at MSNBC, I see they're also talking about these House and Senate races. That's gigantic.
There's no way that they'll even be able to do any of the shit.
Sorry?
Certify the election.
So this is why.
The Republicans from Republican.
Let's see.
To avoid a repeat of.
Let's see. Let's go with here.
Goes down. So in a very simple case where we think it is, you need 270 electoral votes to win if there are 538 total electors. But if you take that number down to say 528 electors, well, then all of a sudden you only need 264 electoral votes to win, right? And you can do that. You can decrease the number of electors appointed if you prevent, delay, obfuscate the ability of any particular state to certify its elections and send electors to Congress by the statutorily required deadline of December 11th.
That's the case. So we're looking to see how many of these people, how many people we got in the House to flip that. So that when all is said and done, all of the crazy ways that they can try to legally take away a win for Kamala if she does, will be negated if we have the number of people to flip that House. That's why that is so important. Just letting you know. Laura, you're back. How you doing?
I'm back. Those cats, they're ravenous. Doesn't matter if you just fed them. You know how cats are.
Yeah,
dogs too.
2-6.
So you got to take a break if you got a video to play, or just
below that. Meanwhile, Trump,
I played
26-2 here in 2020, is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning
Would you like
thing
to
for
watch the
Democrats
video?
here in massive Fulton County is, with only 80%
I did.
counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come
All right,
in. And
guys,
you
so we're
just saw,
back.
if you were watching earlier,
As soon as I
this
put
has
the
gotten
video
a
up, the
little
count
bit
went
tighter.
down. Everybody
Democrats
left.
have
Oh,
dropped
let's
a
see what's
little
going
bit
on. I
since the
understand
last
it,
time we
man.
looked
I
at this. That's
understand
because
it.
more same-day
Everybody's
came
rapping
in,
this.
and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to
They
drop
want to.
further.
They
But
want to know
again,
what the heck is going
just
on. And
1,
so
2
do we,
points in
guys.
Fulton County
Leave that
offsets a
alone.
lot of the good
Yeah.
Democrats might have done themselves in those other
All right,
counties I just showed you.
I'll
So
be back.
see what happens there. We also have, look at this.
Okay.
No, excuse me,
We'll
Douglas.
let the good
Cobb
Mr.
County, we also have, look at
Kornacki
this.
fill us in
Getting
on the
close in Cobb
minute
County.
details.
Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day come in. You know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82% more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro
When I
counties.
turn off my
Here's
mic,
one,
can you
Forsyth
still
County,
hear
where Trump is
CNN?
clearly has improved, I should say,
Yes,
a bit
I can.
from 2020, a point
Yeah.
higher than 2020.
Awesome.
You can go over excuse me, you can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And when finally we close out on this, we're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew. I mean, we don't have very many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings at 11 and 12 and one at midnight, one at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close in on something called.
The final polls were, I think the final Marist poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that what we're seeing is what that looks like. And you take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watched what Donald Trump did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to peer at a red mirage and falsely claim victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her +4 nationally really didn't, none of the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known, that really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country, and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting in line during the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only easy numbers like 34, 44, we don't have all the vote in. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think it's something that should make us super proud that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman and then 24 other allegations. And, Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, you name it. You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threat to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us?
I think that's right. But I think, again, going back to how the Harris campaign approached this candidacy in these 2 weeks, they sat there presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat a Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote.
Yeah.
So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envision to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail. And it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see if what they built will work.
And
To Joyce's point, one of the things that we've discovered in these last few campaigns, all of these Trump campaigns, is that these two parties do not have the same rules. It's like two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you and it's no penalty for this other team, right? And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter,
right,
but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election cycle, but part of this, I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina, he said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states in one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city, in the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting. It hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
It's not, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a refinement of the base party. And there are here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a
like
Republican voter. Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans and in a targeted fashion. But, you know, I was in Saginaw, Michigan at a union hall, and these union voters who were working on infrastructure act jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me, suggests that the Democratic Party needs to do a much better job of selling its achievements to working class voters. And working class voters also need to be more engaged in understanding the chasm that separates these two parties in terms of policy.
Particularly when one of the candidates is being bankrolled by a billionaire. Right now.
Exactly.
And can I just say very quickly? No, we're doing a call. Yes, do a call. Do a call.
This is time when I feel I'm sorry. All right, we do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado. Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado.
Sure.
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing. One place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever.
It's something that's going to be
one
hard
place
to
there's not
change.
going to be
I don't know how to
realignment.
change it
Black
just
men.
yet.
Every 4 years, I go through the
media.
ritual of having to talk down, you know, this sort of
They've been
world
both
that
sides
wants
of it
to
for
say
so
that
long.
black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no
Nobody
difference
knows
in the
what-
exit
what to
polls.
believe or
A
what to
1 point
see or
difference
what
is
to
not a
say or
difference
what
at
to
all
think.
between where black
Because
men
they're
were in
still talking
2020 and
about
where they
a
are in
gas
2024.
Colonnade
It's
while
not black
there's a
men. They are not
fascist
the
running
ones
for
shifting.
office.
What
Like,
you're seeing are shifts among
it's ridiculous.
Latino voters for
Thank
sure,
God for independent
but you are
media.
not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men.
The
are
only
ones
area
supporting
where
Trump.
there has been some, which just seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's but again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
Yeah.
I want to go over to Steve Kornacki because a rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is. More than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first, and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait.
Can you
because
hear me now,
every night now,
Kimberly?
going through the week, they're going to work
That
through the
sound
rest
better?
of that vote by mail.
Can you hear me
The
over
stuff
the
that came in on
video?
Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come. But as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight, and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise,
Like I said,
it could take
any
some time there in
questions you guys have
Arizona.
on Facebook
I want to
chat,
return to Pennsylvania because I think
YouTube
we've got a
live
pretty
stream
big
chat,
development here
or the
in
Riverside
part of
chat.
the
Any
story we've been
questions,
following all night. We have been
historically,
flagging
politically,
Lackawanna County,
electorally, any
big
questions I
one,
can answer,
where
I will.
Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very very
Let's check.
contested
Let me know what you're drinking
region
out
here
there.
politically. And the
Got
question has
Evan
been,
Williams on my
what
side
would this
today.
land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County.
for
And
it to
Kamala Harris
find-
is going to, where Scranton is, Kamala Harris,
Maybe
you see,
because I
winning
wasn't
this by
talking.
3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe
Hey,
Biden won this by
Porcupine.
8.5 points, won the state. In
not gonna lie,
2016,
I need a couple
Donald
more
Trump
gummies.
only by about 3.5
I've been up
points,
since
3.4
too
points.
early.
This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state.
Can you hear
This
her
was
now,
a losing
Porcupine?
combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1
Yeah,
points,
can you hear me now?
his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit
Laura said she
less
needs
I
some more
can
than the
still turn up my
2016
mic a
margin.
little bit.
It was one of the key questions in
Yeah, turn it
Pennsylvania
up.
tonight.
It's up
Would
in
Donald
house.
Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because
Okay.
this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the
from my
question we
peeps.
now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue collar counties, Northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting the same day, the election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now
Slowly catching monkey.
Pennsylvania is he needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One
Yes.
other thing to note here. Now look, half the vote is in.
Get those
Philadelphia
gummies
County
in there.
is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the
That's what you
vote
need,
in.
people.
And you see Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even
Right,
as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And a reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won
right,
Philadelphia
Kimberly.
81 to 18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79 to 20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because that's
big what Kimberly just said. Political science as well as critical thinking, all these things have been just ran out of the schools. Like they're not learning historical truth. The kids have no reference, adults have no reference, frame of reference for lies, for truth, for understanding how someone speaks when they sound like a dictator. It should be obvious, but it's not. We're losing a lot of that. Economy, political science, civics. We got to get the education up on that stuff. That's a big part of how we need to be moving forward in the future. That's what we need to be thinking about.
further inroads. Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, is Trump, is that, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, I put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He went by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more. Right now, it's exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So, with the most, not all the voting in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in too on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. Show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. It's huge, as we just said. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. If you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. Let's see with this remaining 25% of the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. Check on that in Allegheny County. Pittsburgh,
Texas still produces
where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County.
Textbooks?
In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections
repository.
Up with. There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sass, Senator Ben Sass, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger, and the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska. The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called for the Republican incumbent, Lawrence.
And that is now, with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz, Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight. And that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred, Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every
Man,
election,
if
it
they
looks like
lose,
someone might be able to
that
get it in
Senate
Texas,
seat
Beto
in
O'Rourke.
Nebraska,
Every time,
that'll be
and they
so
come
amazing.
close.
We still need the House,
so who knows? Maybe it's next time, and you can't be surprised. If the Democrat comes in second in Texas,
gonna
you're
try
just
to
not
keep
allowed
that
to be surprised by that.
Right.
And it's a question of how much ground did they gain this time?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also understanding the electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats. If it's becoming a browner state, there's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paula Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
But Texas is also a state. I mean, you talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when I worked on the Kerry campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio, which is kind of how it goes. But that was a state that we were waiting. That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat seriousness. Texas, and I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still a state where maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 8 years. That's a state where if Democrats continue to organize, they're betting at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina. But those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually, over the last 20 years, been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state, and the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is, and they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of Black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of Black voters available, and they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
You have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then Tasha Brown, Warnock and Tasha Brown. They all continued to organize. They're on the ground. The reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate. It's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming back.
The Poor
every
People's
4 years.
Campaign, which is like, I think they did like 900 some thousand, texts. And I mean, you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida is that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility to box down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine who controls the House.
Yes, for sure.
So I hope people are voting. They can still vote. My space-time continuum. You can still vote. But there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive in the Electoral College maybe because of state policies that are outrageously vote suppressive, which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the rest of the country.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among Black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a two-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's regular chess, right? That your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama-directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kidults are my Jason and my kidults. Like I'm not JD Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has a kid, both parents have the kids. Our kidults live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative.
And to tell them and shame them on television.
That also works.
Two updates for you. First, on this bomb threat thing that we've been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible right now, but they are investigating again at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But this appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large Black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. The Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same day votes being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. County this as well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You can take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia,
this is completely different, guys.
Trump gets Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds. And we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing.
Look at this one. New Mexico, Colorado already in. Virginia was already in. DC was already in. Maryland was already in. Connecticut was already in. All of these are not in yet. That's one of the things why it looks this way, guys. All these other places aren't in yet. And I'm guessing it's because so many more people voted in these blue states. We're good. Don't worry about it. We're good. Look at that. Look at that. Look at how many of the blue states were already in. Now, if I can catch it in time, look at this one.
In the presidential race
They're not in
Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska,
we missed it. All right. Well, as you can tell, there's like 6 blue states that were already in by 10:30 last year that are not even in yet. So that's why it looks the way it looks, guys.
Nebraska in the presidential contest, but at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go.
I hear you, Kimberly. I hear that a lot.
District, there is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote, out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump, per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada.
Indigo, NY2,
is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still
the West
got
Coast
wicked long lines there in Reno.
But they usually call it quickly. So
yeah,
I would guess by 11.
So why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the
Cali
afternoon?
will be called.
At one of these polling places. In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10 plus sites in the county with an hour plus wait. And one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting
Nevada, you guys fighting out there.
Wait. It is
You're welcome,
7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news.
They're
if
fighting
you're
out there. I don't know if we're going to be here.
See, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we
But
are
that
still
should also
looking, as
help
you
you
said,
out,
at
Porcupine.
3 hours. We're already
What he
more than
just
half an
said
hour past
is
when
amazing.
polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3 hour plus
Guys,
lines,
got
just
this.
to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
You hit it exactly, Rachel, which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem, does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow.
Rachel.
Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly,
You don't get the sticker.
stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame.
It's a shame.
I mean,
Get your sticker, people.
irredeemable.
Get your
Let's go to our
sticker,
friend
man.
Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of
Nevada
Georgia.
is very slow. And
Yes.
it's slow on purpose.
So Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks who are, I've talked to 3 different people at this point who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they caution that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been because those places had to be cleared out, but there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place might not come back once the all clear is given.
Those numbers.
All right, looking ahead, at this
all
point,
those
it's
people
10:41 on the
leave.
East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of places I want to look at. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit. And this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue collar, Trump friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there. So yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county. And it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing. And this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. Being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas.
Some delivery, but all we got is pizza, and I can make my own damn pizza.
Almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The campaign said we are going to make Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight. Some in Virginia, Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's just about basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in Northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look at we talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County.
You see
Again,
the people that went
2020 looked like this.
As trash,
basically the same. It's a fraction of a point difference.
It's upside down world.
Like,
Like, come on, man.
Because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in a state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia. We're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia was basically get that Biden number under 8%.
This guy's trying to get
to do that. The wild card of the mail there adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns. And patterns you're not seeing in one state. You're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu. Are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat, and in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure, this one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79, so right to abortion and insurance coverage is a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are. Before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Just one other thing, because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I will also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about him here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction. It just like good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about
around the world.
Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in, Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we've been talking about the giant, city Democrats. I need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. It's the University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay. This is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee
What
County,
happened
which had
is
been
people
considerable,
forgot.
the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been
Cubans,
considerable
man.
since he became
They
the
forgot.
Republican candidate
It was so
in
bad, everybody
2016,
came
and
out,
now leading
and they
by more than
forgot.
14 points here.
Right
so
now,
those are some big
Biden's
counties,
numbers
significant
are
counties, politically significant
so
counties,
far
where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can
beyond
start to
what
see
Trump
some
had.
patterns developing. Again, just checking in
Jobs,
statewide, close to
economy,
60%. It is very close there
every single
statewide, but
possible metric.
that is a county,
And they just
few
forgot.
counties where we have that
They've
much
been
vote in that size.
inundated
That's very
in
significant
the
potentially
media.
what we just saw in Dane
They've been
County.
inundated
Steve, as we head toward the
in-
11
in
o'clock poll
rallies.
closings
They've
in the
been
West, I want
inundated
to
with
quickly jump to,
everything is bad.
Georgia. Blaine
And if you
Alexander
ask them, these are
is in
great for
Fulton
them
County
personally.
at the elections hub
Great.
there, where
But they
the
don't-
votes
but
in Georgia's
everywhere
most
else
populous
in
county are
America's
being
bad.
tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
And everybody else just thinks the same thing, even though
Well,
their
Rachel, I
life
have
is
an
better.
update for
It's
timing
crazy.
for you. I just
Crazy.
spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in. Each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once they scan, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going. And you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 Western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific in Washington state, the presidential race in Washington state projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called, as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call. A difference of about 136,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call. A difference of about 190,000 19,000 votes between the two candidates.
Now
Here's
is the
Michigan,
time.
too close to call. A difference of
Relax. Now's
just
the time
under
if you got those gummies.
75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call. Fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. That in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate. Seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. In the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have any more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got too early to call in North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, the threat of something drawn out. And that is, I'm so low on with all of it, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to you go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better Donald Trump when it never was. I think that
your fault.
Waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close.
You guys are acting like you're not the news.
Households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction.
You could have been
and so I think
point.
it's going to be a late
For 4
night.
years.
And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona and Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania, the campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some of the interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon. NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely, just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying anything to me from right now, I think my battery's died. So take it away.
You should have been disqualified before the election began.
You seem so energized.
Because our media.
Actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve.
Is not prepared for the moment we found ourselves in.
I understand. Did you just throw to me?
It was me.
Somebody was talking to me. I apologize. Here we go. Some stuff, some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here again in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote.
Being called garbage after all. Or
Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh, the city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is where the city of Stroudsburg, East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all three of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County have become big core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59-8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. But 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown. And so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would take them, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50.
Looks like the
but
prediction.
this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
incredible
a
loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically in the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they poured massive amounts of money against him this time.
Yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what do you think?
I've had a long day and way too much coffee.
Large is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy is because they knew, that's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any.
And it goes right.
Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand
you go to bed. Love you. I mean, there's
Who are very
nothing we can
familiar
do.
with
It's out of our hands.
Yeah, it's out of our hands.
and people within,
just
frankly,
here. We love you, P-Dubs.
the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia.
Same here,
Democrats
Andy. I'm
believe
still-
that they have
I'm
tens of
still on the
thousands of votes
side of-
that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee
Goodwill.
ballots, and they believe that within the
But I'm
hour,
teetering on the edge of screaming and
those have
pulling
told-
my hair out.
and within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes
Their job is to
again
make
from
it look that
specifically
way.
these
I
are
want
votes
to
from
remind
Philadelphia
everybody
County.
that when they
and
show the good
they'll
map,
I know, and I fall for it.
for
I
and you
fall
fall
for
for it
it.
every time. When they show
Governor
the full
Walz.
map,
Now,
I'm
and
going
they
to show
are
you
saying it's
something.
going to be close,
I'm going to show
very,
you what
very
happened
close.
at 12 o'clock.
But they believe those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a
2020, and
difference.
how many other
Pennsylvania people are telling me that
when
the
they show
next
the full
batch is
map, I'll
expected
show
at
you why
11:55.
we're not pulling our hair
So, Simone,
out
to be
yet.
clear, are
Their
they
job is to make
enthusiastic
the horse
about what
race a
those
race.
votes are going to say? Are they
I'm not
enthusiastic
saying
about their
you
chances
know for sure
overall?
she's going to win. I'm just
Yes,
saying,
they are
you
enthusiastic
don't
about
know.
what those votes are going to
Don't
say.
let it get your
And
heart
they
rate up
are,
yet. We're just here to watch.
as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic, but they're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been
once you
clear that this
hear
was going to be a
Trump has
close
gained
race. They believe
popularity
Pennsylvania
with
is still in play.
Latino,
And
with-
I do also think that it's my understanding of,
Once you
they have a
hear
sense of
that,
that the reality is that Georgia is
Trump
not
has gained
an
Latino
option
support.
for a win this go round. And
I hear
North
you,
Carolina
man.
is not looking
All
like it as well,
reality
but
has gone
folks
out
need to
the
wait and
window.
see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note
Not
that
doing as well.
the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are
Understand
very
that he
blue
won
areas
by
around Madison.
how many
And so the folks in
million?
Wisconsin are also feeling good. They
You
they
can
tell me
win
that
by
3
thousands.
campuses, students
Not
are still
doing as
voting
well
right
does
now
not mean
as we
losing.
speak.
That's what they're not telling
All right,
you. That's
Simone
they're
Sanders
framing
Townsend,
it
thank you.
in a way
I
to
want to
make
go
you
to
go,
our friend
"Oh my
Michael
God."
Steele, who I understand has been
Remember,
talking to
Biden
sources
won
about the
historically
results
by
in
millions.
Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting
You can
right
still
now
win
that
by
a number of
thousands.
the
You cannot
folks
do
that I've been
as well
talking
and
to
win.
there in
That's
Michigan,
not what not do as well means.
Republicans are
Remember
looking
that.
a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the
Detroit
reality
has
on the
people
ground
coming in.
there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those two bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you
All
what
that
we got.
stuff that he was telling you
While we
about
continue to see
this
data
county
trickle in from the Sunbelt states,
should be
we have
9,
known all
but
along
it's
that our
5.
clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we
don't
feel
let
good
that-
about what we're
Understand,
seeing.
that's
Again, this
because
is an email
Biden
from
outdid
the Harris
history.
campaign
So-
manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff.
it
This email
doesn't
has
mean
been
what you
obtained by
think it
NBC
means.
News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has,
Doesn't mean what
quote,
you think it means.
overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says Ms. O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
I had
Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. High pressure, call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking.
I want to say something really quick. We're not leaving just yet, but this is important. For example, Kernacki showed you 5 counties. And all 5 counties say Harris was up, but not as much as Biden. Let me tell you why he does that. The reason why he does that is because that makes your heart race. That makes you go, man, she's losing ground. Even though she's up, she's losing ground. Yeah, she's losing ground. But here's the difference. If Biden won that county by 500,000, that was the historic part. We still have a difference of 300,000 in order to still win. You could lose 200,000 and still win, right? Biden won by millions of votes, millions. It was historic. So when you see her losing ground, she has millions of ground to lose to still win. Does that make sense? So yeah, there's some misogyny out there. Yeah, there's people who don't remember what that 4 years was like. Yeah, it's not a pandemic anymore. Sure. There is a
Connecticut.
Connecticut. So that's all I'm saying. Understand that I'm not telling you to not use your eyes, but I am telling you that it's not what they're showing you is for a specific reason. It's for the horse race. She has ground to lose.
Absolutely.
It doesn't mean she's not going to win.
Washington State. Steve, over to you.
A few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last 2 elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California.
Yeah, that's a guarantee.
But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was more. This is a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one. If you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington. Growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look. Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far is significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger leap this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason though is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes. in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the voting in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself, the 5 boroughs of New York City. They're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains. It really would seem with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too. Now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left. Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County. 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, that's Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight. Like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, we got about 3/4 of the vote in, and Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is what a couple points better. See what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we see the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County. Mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties. Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts. But Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it. It was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wild counties. And we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
It's just as up in the
Steve,
air.
thank you. We've got a
half
call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. Do we have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. Important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break.
Super chat is available. Anything to help out the channel, because it looks like we got a lot of work to do, and we want to be here for you for the next 4 years. So any help you want to give out,
maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind,
to make this a better show
through this and see what's behind. But I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all.
Will not stop the fight. You cannot trust the mainstream media for anything. That's half the reason why we're in this mess. So we're here. We're here.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley.
Again, I tell you, whenever we do leave, when we do leave before they kill you.
Yellowstone.
Understand,
watch on
the
Paramount
votes are not
Network.
in. We will not know.
So much space. That open kitchen, definitely the one.
More than likely, we still may not know in the morning, but they seem to be moving fast, except for Democratic cities. The map is completely different right now. All of the red states are coming in. It looks really crazy.
TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling let you do that.
Hey, where you going? I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want.
So
lets you do that.
At least 5 of them are still not in that we're
let me
in
choose what I pay for and let me
in
pause my
2020.
subscription when I want and have hundreds of free
no
channels.
fear.
Sling lets you do that too,
We're still
Mr.
here.
Fish.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
Hey, Bruce.
Diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill
That's
with
it.
a
What do you
big
say?
story to tell.
Can you share my GoFundMe link, please? I want to try and get me set up with a good PC, a Mac, so I can continue to produce better stuff with you. There go tonight's technical glitches. I need to get something that I can rely on. So I'm asking for anyone who wants to help out, help the channel too. Throw me a buck or 2 or 5.
Do you have
It's
it?
in the no, it's on my other PC. It's in the Google chat somewhere. Yeah.
Are we
That'd be
gonna
great.
put that? Yeah, definitely. We need that out there, guys. Before we leave, we're gonna give you the GoFundMe
Yeah.
so we can get awesome coverage, great looking shots, and have even more of Canadian Drain coming out to you.
Canadian Drain.
I'm trying to find it here. Let's see.
And guests from around the world.
Oh, I gotta take this girl. Swap.
Channel for
Oh, I gotta take this girl. Swap.
To relax and get away from politics for a while. Look at critters.
LMTV Live.
No, that one must be my Laura Malcolm. Is the Palm Lounge on my Laura Malcolm channel.
Put that in the chat. I'll put it out here. All right, so we're gonna try to find this this GoFundMe here.
Yeah, probably
There we
back
go.
away.
I got it. There we go.
All right.
Here we go, guys. Write this down. I'm gonna
New
put
York
it in.
here, Nico says.
I can't put it in. I can't put it in the YouTube chat. I can do it in this one. I can't put it in the YouTube chat because they will shut me down. But I'll put it in this one, guys. So check this out.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. No worries.
Check it out here, and you can write this down, guys. AEA 75538. GoFund.me/AEA 75538. And that's that. So, guys.
Hola. Hey, how you doing?
And that's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's it. I'm gonna take it off now because I'm actually scared that last time they shut me down.
Yeah.
So there we go, guys. That's it, man. We're out of here. It will not be decided tonight. We'll be back up early, and I'm here to tell you: stay vigilant. Stay vigilant. We'll keep on fighting. We accept everything. Oh, Darla, you just made it, and now we're gone. Sorry, Darla. Yeah, we're out of here. But stay vigilant. Keep the fight up. And we're accepting everything that you can use to help. We appreciate all that you can give. And if you want to join, you get all types of great stuff, plus discounts on the merch and everything. So stay sane.
Yeah. Thumbs up or thumbs down. Either way.
Go ahead. Say it again.
Thumbs up or thumbs down, it all counts in the algorithms.
That's right.
Leave us a comment.
Subscribe, leave a comment. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Either way. All right, guys. That's it for tonight. It's going to be a long one. Stay sane. Stay sane. Drink water. We'll see you in the morning. Peace.
Bye.